Huomenta ihmiset. Flunssa alkaa pikkuhiljaa helpottamaan. Heräsin viime yönä ja totesin että mulla ei ole enää raajat kipeänä. Voi miten mukavaa oikeesti. Ja mä tajusin että sitten reaali, niin niitä ei pysty vetämään NPCiden kanssa, että ja mä en todellakaan rupea tankkimaan niitä, että taidaanpa jatkaa dancerina. Ja pitäisi se kuitenkin katsoa ne mekaniikat siitä, niin en oo vaivaksi muille. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, ask that you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we have seen to these people's hurts. Ja join viimeisen pullon sitä simaa, se oli sitten juhlasimaa viimeisenä. Ja kyllä se vaan on parasta. Se on vähän paksumpaa kuin muut. Se ei ollut ihan yhtä paksu kuin kotisima, mutta se oli se makeampaa kuin kotisima. Ja ei ihan yhtä makeata kuin mikähän oli makeampi. Siinä oli parikin varmaan makeampaa, mutta se on semmonen hyvä niinku yhdistelmä, niinku tasapaino. Toki saisi olla paksumpaa ja saisi olla makeampaa, mutta toi on niinku paras mitä niinku on. Niin suosittelen kaikille juhlasimaa. Itse asiassa 1,5 minuuttia kerkesin nauhoittaa ja tuli vessaita. Jatketaan kohta. Nonni. You, the third promise protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. The searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Ja kävin tossa tosiaan just kaupassa ennen kuin aloin nauhoittamaan. Ostin 5 pulloa juhlasimaa. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony, yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness is in my throat. It's as if all the moisture has left my body. Jos olisin, niin olisit pelkkää tuhkaa. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then. That is well. That's well. We have left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, Warpelor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Walla's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Polygamanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we are going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Totta kai. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. Me pitäisi ensimmäisenä mennä etsiä sit Valigarmanda ja sen jälkeen pistää sitä pataan. Ei, annetaan se riehu tässä kun me kysellään turhan päivystyksiä. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit. Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarbanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarbanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
As if you had to ask.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do? One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you resolve to slay Valigarbanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Ei vitsi, lääkkeet rupeaa vaikuttaa. Pitää kyllä nukkumaan. Tosi itse asiassa. Taas noin expit vielä tälle Dark Knightille. Voin mä toki tehdä niinkin että mä pidän sen Dancerin ja sitten otan Dark Knightina vaan expit. Tosin en tiedä. So Ereville. Any ideas on how we can track Valigarbanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option. not as reliable as the first, but if we are lucky, it will let us ascertain the sky ruins' whereabouts far more quickly. Though a true ritual of extraordinary nature, Valikamanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. En ymmärrä tätä punia nyt. Vai oliko se edes puni? Mikä takia se painos sana handy? I get it. A floating hand. Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an ethereal seeker. As the name suggests, cleaners use to detect the ether of living beings. You had that in your pack this whole time. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valikamanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice and lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valikamanda from its icy imprisonment, Pakuljasa cast spells which quickened its fire aspected ether. And the residents here were informally infected by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Valikamanda unleashed a great fire blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults, as we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire aspected ether. So we have the reliable but slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled cleanest tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Why not both? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me, and then Rashak, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyrim sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yokui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valikamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. We should be on our way as well. Alright, nyt mä menen nukkumaan. 20 minuuttia kerkesin nauhoittaa ja rupes väsyttää. Eipä mitään. Jatketaan teille sekunnin kuluttua. No niin, jatketaan. Kurkku on kipeä. Varmaan sen takia kun kuorsonnut. Ja yleensä saatan joskus herättää hänen yhden aikaa, mutta se lääkevaikutus jatkuu jonnekin 3 asti. Sitten saatan jopa nukkua 4 asti. No katsotaan, meneekö takaisin nukkumaan jossain vaiheessa. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first. Then set the seeker to detect fire sparks either. Excellent. Right, the seeker is ready to go. Wallace Echo is still suffused with the Skyward's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Once you choose to depart, Eren will accompany you. Okay. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire sparks ether. Löydetään jotain fire spriteja kuitenkin. No siellä on. Kyllä, toi me löydetään. Let's go sinne. Source of fire sparks ether located, tracking disengaged. Tommosia koko alueella. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Do you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the seeker if we leave it be. Necessary, Mr. I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire sparks ether. Mitäs me löydetään seuraavaksi? Sillä näkyy jotain punainen mörkö. Tai oranssi. Se on tommonen. Mikähän ton sitten onkaan. Source of fire sparks the ether located, tracking disengaged. Frightening enough, but again, not what we were looking for. If you would be so kind. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. Seeker, resume tracking. Do not try to point out something useful. And do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative, resuming tracking. seuraavassa mä lähden. Se on parikin. Sä et mene sinne vai? Source of fire aspect ether located tracking disengaged. Se oli just tämä vai? Eikö se pystyisi yhtään kalibroimaan, että se etsisi niinku muutakin kuin vaan fire aspectit tai niinku elementtejä, elementaalista etheria, että se etsisi jotain niinku mahdollisimman vahvaa tai etsisi olentoja. Another remnant of Valigarmanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered the seeker as corporeal ether. Aina se etsii kuitenkin. Korporealia. Tuo on niin paljon sitä etheria siinä. In the verse of the Tuliolan saga, when Valigarmanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its eyes does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyrune's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that fire was classified as living ether. We can feed a sample into the seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. There, the seeker should ignore any etheric signature, but Valigarmand. And I realized that this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. Don't worry about it. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a cleaner and as a guide. Siinä oli kuvaa. Olisiko nyt sen triaaliaika? Sitten kun mä pääsin level 95, mä vaihan sen mun dancerin aikaiseksi. This time, the seeker should be attracted solely to Valigarmanda's ether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative. Resume tracking. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Tästä vaan suoraan. Pois tieltä kivet lämminkävyt. Sitten varotaan, että tulee minkään taisteluun. Tai ainakaan oteta osumaan. The seeker was drawn directly to the Skyrune's fire. Now we know we have set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Turala Vitral itself. No, se on mahdollista. Ostan se jo aikaisemmin. Recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking. Hetki horppia simaa. Jos tuo kurkkukin tosta vähän parantuisi. ei ole kipeä, mutta ennenkin NM. Ei ole tykännyt. Siis mun lihassärky muuten saattaa myöskin johtua yhdessä kolesterin lääkkeestä. Sitä vähän varoiteltiin, mutta en tiedä johtuuko flunssasta vai johtuuko lääkkeestä vai molempia. Onneksi nyt ei ole enää niin hirveän kipeät. Mä huomasin, että vähän rupesi taas vaikuttamaan, kun samalla kun tuossa aikaisemmin menin nukkumaan, niin tuli takas semmonen pieni mukava fiilis raajoihin. I think we'd notice if Valikamanda was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valikarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive. My old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Jas, se tuli nyt saman tien sitten. Joo, okei. Okay. Voisin sinänsä vetää tän Dark Knightina, mutta... Kyllä mä tarvitsen siltikin 2, 4, 6... 7, 8... Okei, koko porukka. Mä tarvitsen silti vetää tän Dancerina. Ja en katso, miten tää hoidetaan. Se on parempi tosiaan, että meillä on te 2 ootte täällä niinku tankkeina, ettei toinen mene sitten depsiksi. Se on tosiaan Viperi. Innovator, right. No, katsotaan miten menee. Ai niin hitto, jos mä kuolen, niin tää koko juttu uusiksi. Eikö se näin mene? Niinku Dunkussakin. Hiljaiset ei voi herättää. Sinä. Olen viimeksi kuullut, mutta koitin NPC:n kanssa niitä tehdä, mutta mä haluan, ei pääsi tehnyt kanikka tai jotain. Ai. Ai jaa, okei. Semmoinen yhtään hilaskuitenkin. Näin.
with you now.
No eikö sitten tehnyt?
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
My turn.
Näin. minä teen seikan toinen kai. Ai jaa. Pelissä olevinaan tuli, mutta nyt sitä ei olekaan. Tää tämä oli sitten kuussa. No, easy peasy.
I'll handle the heat.
Tosin nyt vasta menee kuolemaan. Yes. Ei kuulu. Ei mitään rivaldia edes. Niin. Eikö noissa ikinä ole tullut? Ei kai. Kyllä jostakin on tullut. Viivritissä ja näissä.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda.
Easy peasy.
A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
I'm sure you'll surpass him one day.
You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Darknaiselle Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Sarelja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarelja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Sarelja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valley Commander, it wasn't only Urkpatch at risk, there would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Nyt oli vähän käyttöpakilla. No niin, kyllä sitä pitää vielä nukkua. Onko täältä valon viimeinen? The Yokui must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valley Commander will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alfie knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Puuttuu vielä kuitenkin 2 tämän jälkeen sitten. Ehkä ne sitten tulee näkyville. Mulla laskee. Ehkä ne tulee sen jälkeen. Tästä tää ei oo vielä viimeinen. Vaan antaa. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gurfler.
To the temple, then?
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valley Garmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valley Garmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zulmurwar? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jaja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valley Garmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You Wukliamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wuk-Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? One Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, nor dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokwi in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Että kun kurkku on kipeä. Kuorsaamisesta luultavasti. Ja yskimisestä. I don't think Warbalor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal. But that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is a proof of that. Joo, ja nyt tulisi noin. Alright. Ja seuraavaksi lähdetään pois siltä alueelta. Tehdään nämä, niin pystytään lentämään. Jotenkin on kyllä uuttavaa pelata tätä peliä. Niinku tavallista uuttavampaa. Johtuisi kun ollut kipeä. Tekis mieli vaan sanoa, että jätetään tää tähän. Jatketaan myöhemmin seuraavassa videossa. Tai no, en mä kyllä jättäisi tähän yhteen videossa, että tänään totesin kyllä että lopetan tähän. Jatkaisin seuraavana päivänä samalla videolla. Ja luultavasti teinkin niin. Mutta en nyt ihan vielä. Ikävää lomakkoja. Niin ja viimeksi kun mulla lopettelin ja mä sanoin, että en tiedä mitä mä teen loppupäivänä, että ehkä mä ajattelin sitä tulee tai aloita uudelleen. Menin nukkuessa vaan koko päivä. En tiedä mitä mä tekisin sitten loppupäivä, jos mä jättäisin tän tähän näin tälle päivälle. Varmaan nukkusin. Toki kattelin vähän striimejäkin. Tällä hetkellä nyt ei oo mitään striimejä katteltavaksi. Mä nukkusin lisää. Kaukana takana on vihollis, kun one-shottasin tai two-shottasin ne tai edes pieni kahina oli. Tuo isot kahinat täällä. Kyllä päätä. Ja näin pystyy lentämään. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to their death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination later out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. Ehkä se on väärin sanoa respite. Mä oon kuullut, että sitä sanotaan respite, mutta spit ei kuulosta oikealta. Siinä on e, se on spite. Tälleen se on spite. Ja no, re pois, niin tietenkin niin. Se on spit. Se on spite. Spit, spite. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the forward cabins calling our names. Pitäis kyllä syödä jotain. Pitäis tehdä makkarat pois, jos on jotain vanhoja jo. Niin minne te menitte? This will ever run. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. We will be heading to the palace, Diplomat. Diplomat, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter, I'll be back soon enough. Lieutenant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Koska itse asiassa tässä välissä se ruoa vaikka peli antaa tämmösen tauon tähän. Welcome back, Mr. Skenshin. Your cabin is just your cabin is just as you left it, minus the light layer of dust.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Onko se jassunut muuhun?
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Joo, no ehkä mä pistä uunin lämpiämään. Noin. Voisiko hakea pizzaakin tänään? Jos kyllä perjantaina haimut. Ai okei, jaksa. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Puliolo. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the resplendent quarter and make our way up from there. Shiva, what are you doing up here? What are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you are out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You are the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Your salon is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiva. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Sorry, Tenshik. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we have made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to the spot I was thinking of. Maisemat. Tai maisemapaikka. Kiva maisemapaikka. Maisemat ei ole niin erityistä.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
That's the sort of thing I'd expect you to say.
Really? I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan.
When I become Dawn's servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in harmony.
It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen. Are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
Nyt vois mennä katsomaan sitä uunia. Sain 2 makkaraa syötyä. Ei tää nyt enää mieli pizza. Se on mikä on 28 asti auki. Ehkä mä hakkaan hakea myöhemmin. You look to be in good spirits. Assume your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. As the others will be along shortly, I do hope everyone has rested well. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Suranja and Guana have completed their feats thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Oklamat would be equal with them, but for Pakunjaja's thievery, which has left us unshort. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feet of proof and wreaked havoc for the feet of ice. He can have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what is mine, this I swear. I fear the reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Pakon Jaja's unleashing of Valigar Manda is an indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Xpral in the forests of Yaktel, specifically near a village called XIV. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me when I was a baby. No, mä mittasin kuumeen. No musta sanoin vaan silloin, että mä mittasin kuumeen, niin silloin oikeastaan ollut. Tässä olikaan 36,5 vai 6 tai 5, joo 36,55. Eli semmoista niinku aika normaalia lämpöä, mutta vähän ehkä yläkanttia. Sitten oli 36,8. Se oli semmoista pientä lämpöä. Nyt 2 viimeistä kertaa kun mä oon mitannut, se on 37,1. Eli nyt on 37,1 astetta lämpöä. Ei nyt ihan hirveä kuume, mutta kai tää lasketaan jo kuumeksi. Ei oikein jaksa. Where the left Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. He also has a similar tale. The explorer Kettenram befriended a two-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Dural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Eiköhän se Kettenrammikin siellä Goldenstista löydy sitten. The two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Kettenram fellow must have come to Tuliolalla. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yokui architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? The Kettenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamog. Mamog, is that a city? One of the grandest in Dural once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamoljas homeland. It too lies in Yaktela, not far from XIV. Then all things considered, Yaktela seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We are riding in one of Koinas balloons. They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Kunhan sulla ei ole korkeapaikan kammoa. Ottaa paikka taas. The next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. I'll be sure that the thing will stay in the air all the way to Yaktel. Are you ready? Packs packed and goodbye said. There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just saying. I'm just making sure that you are not nervous. Sä oot kyllä yksi älyttävä tapaus. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Of course. You are the nicest person I've ever met, Denishik. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. There's promise. But just a moment. Toplu and Topli. Of course. Otherwise, as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Durall as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first tales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at the market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that the charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? Which market? One in Yogg-Durall, to where it seems you are already bound. How convenient. Good luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? Or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the ride. So thanks. I won't let you down. I'll just got board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Let's go for passengers to Yogg-Durall. Laisin tottelu mua kädessä kiinni sitten. I really hope she wins. Yogg-Durall will test her mettle without a doubt. The next Dawn Servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yogg-Durall. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Millaistaan millä alueella maa on jo. Täällä on 2. Aivan tuolla. Alright. Nyt mun on pakko mennä lepäämään. Ei väsytä, mutta en jaksa. Alright, tässä on ollut muutama päivä väliä, kun mä oon viimeksi pelaillut. Taas ollut pelattu Monster Hunterin. Nyt tässä on ollut nyt niin pitkä aika, että pitäisi olla taas leve alla onceja, niin mä ne käyn tekemässä pois. Mutta että mä pääsen tänne takaisin. Käydä hakemassa toi aitarätti tuolta. Ja otan sen videolle mukaan Necrosis. Melkein 95. Olen siis nyt 94. Kivan näköinen paikka kyllä. Näin, tänne on vähän mukavampi tulla takaisin. Ja ei ole tullut takaisin kaupunkia. Jatketaan grindaamista. Missä se taas oli? Tuolla. No joo. Katsotaan yhdessä videolla ottaa, että kuinka mitä on tullut. Onko tullut just jotain täyteen? Eli tässä. Sitten pistetään letterworkeri vielä kesken. 66 on päässyt vielä 100. Okay. No, jatketaan kohta. Jatketaan. Koko päivä on kyllä mennyt nukkuessa ja syödessä ja videota katsellessa. Ei vaan toi oikein jaksanut. Mä nukuin koko eilisen päivän ja melkein nukkunut tämänkin päivän. Jos on vaikka tunnin tai jotain jaksaisi jatkaa. With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone inside at all times. Ja mä innostun ihan hulluna nyt simaan. Ainakin 20 tuotua. Laskin yli viikko sitten, että 11 litraa oli mennyt. Nyt on varmaan mennyt melkein samaan verran. Ja tosiaan tein pari päivää sitten, no mutsin nyt pääasiassa teki, mutta olin mukana tekemässä omaa simaa. Ei kyllä ole, kyllähän mä puhuinkin näistä simoista jo. Ei itse asiassa ole ihan yhtä hyvä kuin tää juhlasima. Joku tästä puuttuu. Olisi pitänyt varmaan tehdä kokonaan fariinisukerista tai jotain. Makeeta kyllä, ei siinä mitään. Mutsi holautti vähän liikaa sokeria. Piti tulla puoli kiloa fariinia ja puoli kiloa tavallissokeria, niin mutsi pisti varmaan 2/3 pussia. Valkoista sokeri, vaaleatsokeri, mitä se on, taloussokeri. Good, everyone's accounted for. Prax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Ja tosiaan sain sen Letterworkerin levelin 100. Level parikymmentä. Hallavan se, mutta en jaksa kuluttaa niitä loppuja. Joku 37, kun mulla ei niitä jäi. Odotellaan lisää, niin saadaan seuraavasti suoraan sinne 100. Se Letterworkerihan oli jo 94, että siinä nyt ei paljon ollut jäljellä. Tai no, yli puolet, mutta kumminkin. Ernville was not exaggerating about the synods. It would be a cruel ordeal to climb out of one. Yep. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Ihan tuntuu siltä, että ääni ei ihan normaali. Jaa, että nyt sinne pääsee hyppäämään vai? Ei, en mä tiedä. Ja kun niin tältä landingista ei edes päässyt edes. Mä mietin siinä, kun tulin takas tänne, että tässähän tää tulijolla on ihan vieressä, mutta katson näin sitten, jos pääskö. Mut jos mulla olisi ollut ajatella, että niin miten mä sitten olisin pitänyt päässyt, en tiedä. Tästä hyppy alas. Hui. En kyllä oikeassa elämässä uskaltaisi. Herjes. Se 5 metriäkin alkaa olemaan silleen niin kuin vähän siinä rajalla, että ei meinaa uskaltaa. Ei kato alas niin, ja hyppää vaan, niin se on hauskaa. Minkäs mä sain täällä? Mulla on hirveänä kaikkea roskaa täällä taas, mutta kirjoitan niistä sitten eroon, kun on saanut sen levelin 100 kaikille. Näitä ei tarvitse pitää. No eikä tuutakaan tarvii. Eikä tuuta. Tuommoinen on tosiaan janonnettu, mutta Toi on. Se. Tulee kuvana 90 ase tässä. 645. 655. Mikä ase tässä oli? 665, okei. Okay. No, otetaan sitten käyttöön jollekin, kun semmoinen tarve tulee. Mutta mä voisin tosiaan jatkaa tälle dancerille nyt. Kolme. Ja kun tääkö se on se uusi? Joo, okei. Okay. Se on vieläkin vähän huonompi kuin tämä. Pieni hetki. Pitää antaakin sulle ruoka. Dodi. Facewear. En mä ulkannut. Voisin saada lasit tähän päähän tai jotain. Jännää kyllä, että miksi lasithan ennen kyllä ollut niinku headgearissa, mutta no jos joku erillisen hatu haluaa pitää ja sitten vielä lasit, mutta tämmöisiä missä on maski, niin ei kyllä onnistu. Nyt maskia saa poiskaan. Mut joo, jatketaan tällä. Ready to head on in. Pieni hetki tuli kun viesti. Mun puhelimesta on puhelin on mennyt rikki. Niin noita. Ostin tänään vähän lisää liimaa ja mulla meni noi leikkurit rikki, niin piti ostaa semmosetkin ja sit ostin vähän lisää terrailla. Siitä tuli sähköpostiviesti. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Niin, ja mulla tosiaan kännykästä on mennyt hajalle toi sormenjäljen tunnistin. Se toimii jotenkin, mutta pitäis varmaan hommata uusi puhelin. Se on muuten ihan hyvä, että ei siinä. Tai no, siinä välillä toi ruutukin rupee glitchaamaan, että tässä on niinku, vähän nyt koskettelis sinne tänne, vaikka ei koskettele mihinkään. Etsienkin puoleen kyllä alkaa olemaan vähän hajoamassa toi puhelin. Ja mä en tiedä, onko sulla vanhoja puhelimia tallessa. Heidän tykkäs ostella ja mulla oli vielä niinku ihan sinä hyvässä kunnossa olevat vanhat puhelimet. Heidi antoi vanhansa aina mulle, niin toikin on Heidi vanha puhelin. Ei tarvitse kyllä enää olla niitä vanhoja puhelimia tallessa, en tiedä, en muista. Ja niissä kyllä kaikissa oli vähän silleen akkuni ja näin, että ehkä mä ostan kokonaan uuden. Mutta jatketaan. Hopefully our relative. Mä haluaisin jotenkin sanoa relative. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the dawn servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As Ibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaza's attempts to deny us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Mulla ei todellakaan kyllä ääni ole kunnossa. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Yeah, of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have advantage in numbers, yes. Our competition has a team of 6, the 2 claimants, Saralja and Bakul Jaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the tasks suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Xipruk pipil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Xpral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Ai niin, ja tosiaan mun kännykän kello vaihtuu kesäaikaan, mutta mun tietokoneen kello ei vaihtunut. Tai siis no, tämä mikä täällä näkyy, niin se ottaa mun tietokoneessa sen ajan, näin mä kuvittelisin. Ei näytä niinku serveri ei tunne sitä, missä nää tyyliin on. Taas varmaan käynyt se kone uudessaan, niin se varmaan tajuaa, että hei, nyt on kesäaika tai jotain. Mut se on hyvä tyyli, niinku mulla on myös jotain mikrossa kello, joka tietenkään ei itsestään muutu. No seinäkello ei olisi, mutta nekään ei kyllä vaihtuisi. Että niin, mulla on niin yksi lähde, mistä mä näen niin oikean kellon ajan. Vaikka niitä olisi. No minun ei niitä ole kuin 3. Ei ollut seinäkello. Tai muutakaan kelloja. Search for clues in Nick Drugs. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You are the fool if you think we won't ban our hides for later if we dare to return without any keystones. Besides, we have taken from the house cut before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, Salt Digger? Mind your own business. The receipt for Xipruk Pipile. I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared, and as we are forbidden from divulging anything, orders from Rook himself. But you mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. Joo, totta se oli juu, eikä your. Tai, no, ehkä mä oon toiminut. Mä sanoisin juu. I only hope there's still April to be had at market. Wink. Eikä menkö mä hemmottella alueelle vielä kattelun niitä tuulia, no katsotaan ne myöhemmin. Mennään pöllimään teidän mausteet. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote, tai achiote, varmaan achiote. We mostly use to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Banana peel. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Tupakoitseva bananankuori. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my nodule, chatika banana peel. I could barely see it for the steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Very subtle. Maha ihan täynnä. Juon vaan pelkästään litra kaakaota ja litra simaa ja puoli litraa kahvia ja muutama hörppä vettä. Sorry, I'm back. Tää on mä kyllä syönytkin vähän, mutta ihan tullut juotua ihan liikaa paremmalla suomen kielellä. What did we discover about XIV people? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one night table dish, and observation of the technique yielded clues enough. The lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to XIV people. But one in particular she attributed to all common XIV dishes, and she called it. I see. Then if XIV people is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alfino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of najol or banana in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside of those bundles then, don't you? Ibrook, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called XIV pipill indeed. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ibrook, flavored with a combination of spices that includes achiote and steamed underground with nugget or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Tancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you all were exploring the village. Miksi mä näin teidät kyllä niin siinä Aitaraitin lähellä tekemässä fuck all? With the local vegetation and wild Ibrook, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Mä menisin mainita, että Erenville ja Tancred oli siinä, mutta en sitten välittänyt. Ois pitänyt, kun nyt sitten mä vielä väittää, että ne oli jossain muualla, missä ne ei ollut. Kaivallutta. Niin sit leave it to a master cleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks by divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibrook if they will perform the requisite deed. Alicia? As for the Najol leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. You won't find Najol in these parts. They only grow in the Chatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals after all. Now my team, Tenusik, if you would accompany me on my errand. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks then. Kaveri meni pelaamaan Monster Hunter Wildsia. Pitäisikö liittyä sen seuraan? Come on, let's go and get those Najol leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Joo, ehkä mä jätän hetkeksi tähän kattoutuunko mä myöhemmin takas vai mitä mä teen. No niin, ja jatketaan taas. Just tänään pelasin vähän pidempään. Katsotaan, minun kaverit tulee paikalla. Tästä kaveri lupaili eilen, että olisi tänään paikalla ja pelattaisi Monster Hunteria, mutta... No, kello alkaa olemaan 2, että ei ole vielä näkynyt. No, katsotaan. Ja mun piti tosiaan itse fyysisesti päivittää tuo kelloaika, että en tiedä. Windows 11 on paskaa. Let us see if there are Najol leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Rianger mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Pelihammastiikeri. Tästä ei varmaan pääse ylös. Tosta ehkä. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Natural leaves, for purposes other than XIV people, naturally. Unfortunately, I just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Kolmachik Grove is the source of the finest natural leaves you'll find. While variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Chatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Inbeck traverse, but it has caved in. This is a recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our natural leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way to procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach, you may find XIV people to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here, and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feasts are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolal. So perhaps there is something about XIV people that we have yet to learn, something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you are interested in, you should start with the World War. Between the Skrull and the Mammals, alright? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know XIV people. Huh? What does steamed Ipruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detail may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilion or Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilion, Asso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Miettii mitä tuo on toisinpäin. Aso. On jotenkin semmoinen niin kuin hosa. Toisinpäin. Noili. Hosa noili. Se kuulostaa paljon järkevämmältä sanalta. Come, let's go and see this place. Meidän sanoa, kai tästä pääsee suoraan. No ei pääse. Mitäs? Tällä on tänään tunnin Monster Hunter Wildsia itää ja koitin löytää isoja ja pieniä myllejä, mitä on vielä jäljellä. Pieni koreamakala pitäisi löytää. Iso Kaaden Ebony Odokaron ja pieni Usjuna tai iso jompikumpi, en muista enää. Varmaan pieni. The village of Ilio Aso must be further east. Let us continue with haste, for all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Sitten pelasin 5 minuuttia GTAta. Yhden ammokreetin kävi heittämässä ja sitten pikkusen epätavallisen tapaan rupesin riehumaan vaan. En ole hirveästi jaksanut riehua siinä, kun taas kaikki aika menee niinku ihan vaan puhtaasti rahantekoon, mutta nyt oli siinä, että en jaksa pelata. Riehun pikkusen ja ajattelen siihen. Riehun loppu siihen, kun tuli 4 tähteä ja mä ajattelin, että mä otan nyt swattia auton, mutta ei onnistunut. En mä sitä hirveän kyllä varovasti ottanut kyllä, että oisin voinut ehkä saada, jos en vaan menis suoraan päälle. So, this is the village of Ilio Aso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Ukevu, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from XIV when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Ukevu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the defeat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promises retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koano. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Saa vaan suoraan sanoa, mutta no, I'm the second promise. Koano. Now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard? Koana, as in the second promise of Tuliolal. To think that I addressed the Donsoran's own son as some common retainer, such a disrespect cannot be excused. Please take up your gun and come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Xipruk people. While I am forbidden by the Sprague's rocks to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most common sense, the conflict between the Xpral and Mamalja was one of land. The Mamalja live in the lower forests, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Xpral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Xpral force held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamalja were once a people of as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hobigo, Buneva, and Dobro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Xpral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hobigo and Buneva leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hobigo and Buneva, both a two-headed Mamalja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually rising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamalja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Tää on kyllä harvinaisen tylsää expansioni. No, tää on tarinassa ensimmäinen ja hyviä tunteet uuden alueen lore. Mut pirun tylsää on ollut kyllä. Mua kyllä kiinnostaa. Ei yleensäkään kyllä kiinnosta tarina noin ihan hirveästi ja tää tarina on niin tylsä ollut, että siihen vielä päälle niin.
This is where most battles were fought between the Xpral and Mamalja, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence, a constant stream of minor skirmishes punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Buff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation, the guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Olipas pitkä. Okei, nyt hirveän pitkä, mutta maltupakli. Ja jatketaan. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we are doing the same now. Salainen revarti sieltä tulossa. Book Evu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary natural leaves, unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion, with a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Koukassa on tosta. Ei pysty lentämään edelleenkään. Jos ihmettelette miksi hyppäsin. Koukasta on vielä tuolta. Nyt tulee varmaan näillä alueilla muutenkin jossain vaiheessa uudestaan. Pitää koittaa löytää ne. Tätä purrentit, mutta mukavampi kun on kartta auki. Valmiiksi auki. Vitsi tonne kun pääsi hyppäämään. Totta se olisi tarpeeksi hyvä, että sinne uskaltaa hypätä, mutta vähän tekis vielä vaan. Ja vedä tosta uimaan. Here it is. First up by the two factions. Weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us through. Especially one at the heart of so significant battlefield. Manati, Denshek, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Mitä me etsitään? Johtolankoja. Look here, this hall has been recently overturned. Oh, someone buried the box. Well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh natural leaves. Right. Hunmuruk's doing, I wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Vokabu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well to the third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feast of Rage, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. Only wise solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolol and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical missings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. Suoraan päin näköä vaan kehuu tuota uklamaattia. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Igprax. Voisi ehkä koukata tuossa ja koukata tuolta, mutta en jaksa. Päätään suoraan. Namnam kylmää kahvia. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Lähdet juoda lisää kahvia. Viimeinen tilkka. How did everyone fare? They got the natural leaves. Whoever came along and helped us find them. Whoever was here, I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. Mietinkin että olisi ihan kiva, että muutkin tietäisi tässä historiassa jotain. Good old Jar Jar brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the hardest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianja and I made another tour to the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need. There's no mention of what we need them for, of course. And I'm pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Erin and I found our Iprok, so we should have meat plenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down the synod trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiot, and told our resident astrologer divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. Olen level 90 kulinaristi. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I've cooked for myself. I can leave the rest. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope, as I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Kyllä otti se huomioon. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready.
Missähän mun hahmo olisi, jos mä en olisi levellyksikin kulinarian tai kulinarian ylipäätään.
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Onpas pieni sen kädessä.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
his ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime.
Tää peli kyllä niinku aina se huomaa siinä kulinarian questissa, mitä en kyllä varmaan tule tekemään, mutta tää niinku ylistää ruokaa niinku aivan älyttömästi. Muistaakseni tässä on tullut jo pikkusen myös main storissa aikaisemminkin jotain tämmöstä ruoan ylistystä, mut kulinarian questissa tulee vielä vähän enemmän. Ainakin yksi kohta muista suunnilleen joku katsine, mikä se on katsomaan. Et, sinänsä hauskaa.
This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
You don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
I'll think about it.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any shipwreck people left? I could really use another helping.
This was so good. I'm glad I'm already looking forward to having shipwreck people again. Here Crown made more using leftover ingredients. You love it. Siis eka se haluaa sitä itelle, ja sit se kuitenkin antaa sen mulle vai? I'm thinking thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Ja se mysteeri-palkinto oli XIV. Oho, siinä on vähän kaikkea. Omituisia asioita. Alright. Pystyy käyttämään 10 kertaa vieläpä. Kaupussa myydään 5 tunnilla. Mutta se on restricted. Se pitää jotenkin unlockata tai jotain. Ok. Nyt pitää mennä käydä vessassa. Ubers unavailable, no ok. Sitäkö se restricted oli? Joo, jatketaan ihan kohta. Ja just tuli juttu, että olen afkina. Jatketaan. En kyllä tiedä miten kauan. En varmaan pitkään kun ei jaksa. Mä oon nukkumaan. Seeing as we now face the ultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tiinbek Traverse, which connects the Tiinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Chatiga heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surroundings. If Ern will oblige me with a tour. Well, I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. April did say something about the foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Denric? I'll pass. Bye. Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at the market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Tässä aloitat tämän ihmismuussa jonkun randomin henkilön 20 vuoden takaa. Toki joku suuri ja mahtava maagi kyllä, mutta... A foreign mage 20 years ago. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hulmrook. He was already Sprax then. A baby girl, it couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. se Kraili sillä mukana? Jos se... Mut sit se olisi niinku jäänyt tänne. Niinku mun oman teorian mukaan, että se on mennyt sen kultaisen kaupungin ja se on lähtenyt Krailin takaisin. Millä logiikalla? Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through XIV roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Ja kun niissä on se isoisä, olisiko se ollut sitten sen isä tai äiti mukana? 20 vuotta sitten. Joka sanoo, ei kyllä. Kraili on tyyli jotain parikymmentä. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he's family nonetheless. Okei. Ehkä tää on tullut ennenkin, mutta en kyllä muistanut ollenkaan, että se ei ollut sun oikea isoisä. A foreign mage did indeed visit XIV's Master Galuf. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Sinä tiedät jotain, mitä et voi nyt vielä kertoa. Kyllä tämä on mun aavistus siitä, että se on löytynyt sen kultaisen kaupungin ja tää tietää sitä, niin saattaa pitää paikkansa. Olen hyvin varma asiasta. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokhui once dwelt in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes, before they withdrew to Ukkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yokhui claimed Yaktel as their own. Tuoli piti jonkun omituisen maksahduksen, musta tuntuu, että se on jotenkin vinossa. Silleen niinku aavistukset verran vinossa. Tämmönen tuoli rikki kohtapuoli. Jälleen kerran. Tää on hommata seuraavan kerran joku tavallinen toivestuoli. Mä oon huomannut, että niin mitä kalliimpi asia, niin sen vähemmän aikaa ne kestää. Tylin kuulokkeet. 100 euron kuulokkeet kestää yli vuoden. 10 euron kuulokkeet kestää 10 vuotta. No nää kuulokkeet kyllä ei ollut 10 euron kuulokkeet. Nää on kestänyt useamman vuoden, mutta tämmönen kokemus mulla oli. Viimeisemmät kuulokkeet, mitkä mulla oli tosiaan yli 10 ja ne kesti monta vuotta. Sitä aikaisemmat yli 100 euron, niin kesti vuoden. Sitä aikaisemmat 100 euron kesti vuoden. Tämäkin tuoli on niin pelituoli, niin onhan tän muutaman vuoden mulla ollut jo, mutta pari aikaisempaa tuolia on ollut pelituolia. Ne ei ole kestänyt yli mitään. Joskus 20 vuotta sitten, niin mulla oli tavallinen toimistotuoli, niin se on varmaan toiminnassa vieläkin. Tämähän nää pelituolit mukavampia, ei siinä mitään. Mutta jatketaan. Many of the architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Chotika heartland. Then that's where we must have had their visions. Thank you, that answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. But by helping the third promise, find the golden city, and you will and by helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Olisi voinut sanottu niin kuin aikaisemmin, etkä olla vaan sille, että en sano mitään. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Tanashik. May I request a moment of your company? What is it? Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the synod behind this village. Tohon suuntaan. Vai tosta pääsee? Ai tästä vai? No okei, joo. Kiva järvi. Lampi. Letäkkö. Nyt sukelta. Bleh. Laiskutta pelintekijöiltä. Aina pystyn sukeltamaan missä tahansa, paitsi ei täällä nyt sitten. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's belief has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the third promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Kertaisin, mutta en kyllä hirveästi muista mitään. Muuta kuin, että se on vaan valittanut alusta loppuun. Is that so? It seems that the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the sprawl. Tai sen sanoo sprawl. Sano sprawl, eikä sprawl. Sprawl. Girls are rarely born amongst the sprawl. So when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her. And then when I found her at the bottom of the synod. 3 years old, an accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. So we never caught them. A suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Chatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamunja and Sprawl had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child, we would one day lead her people. The criminals sought to undermine the future of the Sprawl. I was determined to not let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in the synod, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Don Servant Galul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Sprawl, fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth, But I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Shral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Miksi sä kerro sille, että sä oot se isä? Oikea isä. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Miksi tämmönen turha salailu? Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliolal, but a concerned father. Suffice to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Ja kun mä olisin muutenkaan hirveän puhelias henkilö. Henkilökohtaisesti kyllä meni sillä vertailemaan ihan saman tien, että hei, toi on sun isä muuta. Niinku. Salailu. Vastoin mun etiikkaa. Toki riippuu asiasta, mutta niin kuin se on niin ihmisoikeus saada tietää tämmönen asia. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself. Please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Nyt varmaan tämmönen takas mustas pikku kolos, mitä mä näin aikaisemmin. Ei pysty hyppäämään tosta päässä. Joo, okei. Ei pysty kallioon kiipeämään ylös. Yhtä helposti, kun siitä pääsee alas. Se olisi instanssin paikka. Pitäisikö mun pitää Dark Knightina? Nää, olkoon. Teillä on vielä 663. 660. Alkaa jäämään jälkeen. No, kyllä mä kumminkin sinne pääsen. Joo, ei siinä mitään. You're back. So what did Hulmuruk want? It's a secret. Hey, it's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the tying back travel still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. And that does sound tempting. Mitä mä sanoin? And that does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You are welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? So your soldier friend has an idea. What do you think? Haluatko kuolla nyt vai heti? They say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. Aha, se on niinku meitä vapaaehtoisesti.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Bakuljaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Ai, siitäkö tässä on kyse?
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Homoruk my...
Mitähän on hahmo, okei. Yhtäkkiä. Klippaili jotenkin, mutta klippasi jotenkin omitusti.
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? And kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Anna mennä. Purunkipa shit.
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people!
Hetkonen muuta. Mun pitää pelata Kuklamaatilla vai mitä? Kyllä. Tää peli vielä varoittaa, että in this battle you will play as Kuklamaat. Through skillful combat, Kuklamaat will gain the result she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Right. Kissapas tähän päivälle kattoo, mitä paljon häiritsemään. Single action ilmeisesti. Single action. Single target ilmeisesti. AOE. Kilpi. Rangeli. Rushia kaikki. Pitää lukea, pystyy vaihtamaan tuut. No, ok.
Come, you mangy housecat, so I can rip you to pieces! I cut you to shreds!
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
I'll make you eat dirt!
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
Ai vitsi, väärä nappi. Aha, en ollutkaan enää sillä.
Miss Mittens is no longer abusing me, brother.
Tosta hiilantautuu.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Can't keep up.
Se lähellä. Oliko sulla vulnerability käsi kauan?
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Miten tää pitäisi tunnistaa? Toi. Okei. Tää on tappumaton.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
It's time we finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
Know your place.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Be an upstart! Why won't you die?
Why won't you die?
Fine! I'll show you the true power of the Blessed!
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last! That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack! This is our fight! Stay out of it!
You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence! A change! She wasn't like this before!
Sulla kaikki on kuollut, niin sitten tulee tämmönen AOE. Dimitreikki. Oho, sehän teki paljon vahinkoa. Vai tekikö se aina noin paljon? En tiedä.
I reclaim what you stole.
Niin.
How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Seems to be very last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it. Of course, I know better than that now. Earlier in the second Promises camp,
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Mä käyn tupakilla. No, nukuin vielä nyt päikkärit ja itse asiassa kukaan kaverista nyt ei ole vielä paikalla. Kaveri tuli tunti sitten suurin piirtein mulle, että hoi. Mutta mä voisin jättää tämän tältä päivältä tähän. Video on mennyt noin 3 tuntia. Ennen puoli tuntia, eli 2, siis nyt saa kyllä, joo, kyllä. Mä hetken tätä vielä kyllä. Mut en enää tänään. No, en kiitä vielä katsomisesta, mutta joo. Ja jatketaan Final Fantasy 14. Tää on toki sama video vielä, mutta mulla on vihdoin viimein nyt toi uusi näytönohjaaja. Niin seuraavat videot tulee olemaan 4K-laadulla, mutta vedetään nyt tämä tähän jatkeeksi vielä 1080p-laadulla. Miten tää näyttää jotenkin niin kökkösemmältä toi. Mä näen pikselit tossa. Mutta opin että Allowance myös näkyy tuossa journalissa. 2 jäljellä. Tässä viimeisen muutaman päivän väliä aina välillä, mutta mä oon nytten käydään kaikki läpi. Armoreri on tehty, Letterworkeri on tehty, Weaveri on tehty, Kulinaristi on tehty. Siellä mutta Weaverissä näkyy mun näitä ei tarvi enää. Siellä näkyy noin. Mä vaan teen samaa reseptiä monta kertaa, niin mä automatisoin se. Siellä näkyy lopuksi sitten telli, että saa äänimerkki siitä, että se on tehty. Sanoin, että täällä pyrkki 2 done. Joo. Miten mä tuhon nää? Se jää sinne vieläkin. On. Eli tosiaan, Kulinaristi oli tehty. Blacksmith on nyt just tuoreeltaan tehty. Viimeiset levelit levelistä 98 levelin 100 mä ostin itselleni 90 tonnin tavarat, että sain ne Allovancella riittävän high quality tosiaan. Saa tupla expit. Olen yrittänyt ostaa sitä. Miten paljon mä saan expiä, kun on tyyli nää 90 tavarat, niin niillä ei tehdä muuta oikein kuin leveli 90 tavarat high qualitylle. No toki tällä Blacksmithillä mä itse tein 93 levelin tavarata. Täällä oli. Mut joo, on mulla vielä onneksi rahaa. Tuntuu kyllä hirveältä, kun on tippunut 22 miljoonasta 19 miljoonaa, mutta niin, mulla on vielä 19 miljoonaa, että jos jaksaa, niin pystyy helposti tekemään lisää rahaa, kun craftii vaan sitten, jos vaikka hommaisi levelin 100 tavarat, niin vois craftia levelin 100 tavarat, niin niistä tulee rahaa. Saan rahaa nyt takaisin helposti. Mutta joo, jatketaan. Mulla on 5 pelipäivää enää jäljellä tässä kuukaudessa. Kattoo pidänkö mä tauon tai miten paljon mä tätä jaksan, mutta tää on mennyt niin pätkissä tämä viimeiset monta videoa, että tosin kun toi Hogwarts Legacy, minkä mä aloitin, niin 9 tuntia putkeen. No melkein putkeen. Koko päivän pelasin. Et huomaa eron sinulta, että niinku, miten paljon sitä jaksaa. Mutta joo. So, what's the state of the Tie-in-back Traverse? Sanotaan tie-in-back. Still being cleared, I'd assume. Hammeruk said he would notify us as soon as work was done. Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Muklamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last after all. Oh, I already got it back. Oh. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Pakul Jaja we are talking about. Aika niin, siinä oli se tappelu. Siinä kohtaa kun sä otit. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Pakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo. Hehe. What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tynebeck Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Pakul Jaja's home? We can only hope his residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kit and Ram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that Dawn Servant received Ketenram in Mamuk and was instrumental in establishment of friendly relations between the Skrull and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they are like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from and eat so much Xipruk besides. Thank you for everything, Hanmuruk. Till next time, take care. First we make our way across Shoprit Cinderfield due southeast. How you have grown indeed. Tuon pulle. Käy siellä jo. Oliko sä, että idea, että mennään vielä eteenpäin? Oliko se oikeasti jotenkin blokittu? En tiedä. Kauhean matka. Miksei tässä jossain voisi olla lähempänä? Waypointti. Pitäis sitä ajatella, kun renttääkin kattoo, mutta Eipä sillä oo semmonen kiire. Ei sä kuitenkaan saa tähän tarinan aikana. Ei pysty lentämään, kun täällä oikeesti pyöritään. Mitäs? Ollaan pelattu sitä Monster Hunteria. Vähän tullut pelattua Ready or Notia. Itse mä oon pelannut vähän GTAtakin. GTA 5. Tai siis sitä online, GTA Online. Mikä se on? Mä en tiedä mikä se viran nimi oikeesti pitäisi olla. Onko se GTA Online vai onko se GTA 5 Online vai? Kovasti odottelin GTA 6. Aikaisemmin ei ollut mitään kiinnostusta siihen, mutta kun on tuo grafiikkakortti, niin mä haluaisin saada jotain semmoista joku peli, mikä niinku vaatis siltä jotakin. Mikä mua vaivaa. Mä oon liian tottunut tuollaiseen niinku 20 fps, niin mä haluan sitä, että kun peli on niin raskas, että pyörii 20 fps. The traverse will bring us straight into Chatika Heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? En muista. Tosi mua vähän kyllä hirvittää toi tiedossa koko. No, eipä tunnin pätkiä. No, 1080p laadulla, kun mä oon renderöinyt, niin se on ollut yli 300 fps sekunnissa. Frameja tekee. 300 frameja renderöi sekunnissa. Sitten kun mä oon noita muita videoita renderöinyt 4K laadulla, niin se on ollut yli 70 frameja sekunnissa. Et sit jos mä teen yli jonkun 8 tunnin videon, niin siihen tosiaan renderöintiin menee yli se 7 tuntia. Nyt se on yli mennyt niinku. Hetkonen. Niin jos on 60 freimiä, se on 300 freimiä. Se 20. Se 80. 60, 120, 180, 240, 300. Viidenkertaisella nopeudella, niin se on ollut kuin pari tuntia. Kattoon. Tärkeintähän toki on sitä, että se tiedos koko ei ole ihan hirveän iso. Että se on tyyli, jos tunni on nauhoittanut, niin se on ollut 50 gigaa, ja se on siitä tehty semmoisen 7 gigaa 4K-laadulla, että se on ihan fine. Mut sit jos se on tyylin 8 kertaa isompi, sit se on tyyliin sen just. No en jaksa nyt laskea mitä on 7 kertaa 8, mut on monta kymmentä gigaa. Kattoon. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. Voi ne olla itse asiassa, että tahdon jatkaa näiden videoiden tekemistä 1080p laadulla. Sitten se on ärsyttävää opsin kautta aina säätää että mitä peliä pelaa, millä resoluutiolla mä nauhoitan sitä. Tai mikä resoluutiolla aina säätää siinä opsi. Sen ei tarvi näpyttää niitä itse, että 38 mitä onkaan. 1920 kertaa 1080. Voi vaan napata sieltä palikosta, että 1080p tai 4K. Toisin kuin tuo mun videoeditori, joka sinne pitää näpyttää se joka kerta. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. Buklama single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Nyt se on ylipäätään enää mukana tässä kisassa, kun sillä ei niitä kaikkia kiistoa mene. Paitsi se ehkä voi yrittää uudestaan napata ne. Steinbeck Stoli. Steinbeck Traverse. Kivan näköistä nurmikkoa tässä. Sinistä. Ja näistä tulee näissä syönivärisistä kaikesta hohtelasta tulee mieleen toi Kilforus 2. Ja varsinkin siis erityisesti nuo sylvarit. Pitäisikö pelaa Kilforus 2 taas joku päivä? Kukaan mun kaverista ei pelaa sitä. Heidi pelasi, mutta ei olla hirveästi oltu enää tekemistä. Ei se ikinä koneellakaan. No, jatketaan. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my bearing stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. Miksi? Eikö siinä ollut joku pränki mulle? Läjähtää mun naamaa. Räjähtää. Lusahtaa sehän se sanoo. As you hold the bearing stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Magneettinen. Bearing stones are natural magnets. Kyllä. And that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. Tässä on vielä kasassa. The heterogeneous kineos. Kai se on heterogeneous. Sähisee. The heterogeneous heat of the image causes surrounding flora to glow, unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens, which will be merciful. There you are. Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forests, indeed. This place is always so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamong can tell us about it. Keep running, we are almost there. Mies ne kävelee. Siinä oli mun kovin kävelynappi. En juokse. Minä kävelen. Itse mä en lennä. Ajelen. Minä ratsastan. Ihan ensimmäisenä tämä. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. Given Hanruk's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find the Elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Honmuruk's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs with some ear. Tähän mahtaa tarkalleen ottaa. Ernville can come with me, and Alice can go with Kryl. That leaves Tenesha to accompany Vuklamat. Totta kai. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. Yours may as well be ambient noise for all the care the citizen pays you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Please tell me you have had better luck. None will talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. This building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. The merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Surely. Äkö tuossa puhuu? Hello there. We'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We are just trying to find someone the Dawn Servant's Elector. Could you tell us where they are? Kukaan tää osaa sitä materiaalia. Kaikki on käsketty ignoraamaan meidät. Rupespa yskyttää, kun tekohuokauksia. How are we supposed to find the Elector if nobody will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can. Maybe soon sprintti päälle.
Up there!
manifested by a mere shade.
Sorolja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Tuliyolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You, who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zorolcha was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
No.
Let's go, brother.
So harsh.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
I want to see you do better.
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
Jatketaan. The electors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This Zeraljar, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an open biased man elector? Worrying over Zeraljar won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Se pystyy pelkästään buklamaattia sinne. Ei meitä kaikkia. Thank you for coming. My name is Milodra. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaza is concerned. tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a sprawl inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scalers, for one. He traveled across Salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Kulol Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character, and in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. There's a place that will help you to understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Mä oon teleportoinut tuolla tänne. No niinhän se meni, mut... En ole käynyt siellä. Edes katsinin kautta. Mitäs hetkonen? Level 91 tuli dunkku. Missäs mä näin nukkut? Eikö nämä triaalit? Tossa. Level 93. Joo, 2 levelin välein. Pitäis tulla 95. Pitäis tulla myös dunkku. Tää on 94 vielä. Is that a meteorite up there? Onko heikkoja meteoriitteja ollut, kun ne törmää maahan eikä tuhoudu ollenkaan ja jää vielä puuhunkin kiinni? Ai. And judging by their attachment, the tree... niin no tietenkin sehän on voinut olla se sysähtynyt maahan ja sinne puu on vaan skuupannut sen mukaan, mutta silti ei ole mennyt meteoriitti rikki. Aika heikolla vauhdilla tullut tänne. The tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milalja was anxious to see whatever it is she has to show us. pienissä pätkissä nämä kaikki alueet täällä. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamoja hunters and learn about the ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Let's go takot. Aloittiin pikkusen enemmän. Tai siis avata. Näyttää ja avata. This is the place you wanted to show us. It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I'll reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
Haisen dunkun.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Bakul Jaja.
What? Could it wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits.
Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born, one blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children. No matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die. Trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed. No matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
I sympathize with your brain, but
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end.
I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tyrol. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Hey Tenushik, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me for my keystone, and released the most vicious Dural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Does his pain justify his actions in your eyes? I hear you. Bakul Jaja's muddies don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them, like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that I feel readier for the challenge ahead, come on, let's head back to the city. Ei tullut dunkkuna. Tulisiko esseteriaali? Eli kyllä Catriali olisi varmaan instanssi. Olisi vähän epäreilua tapella 8 vastaan 1. Tosin meillä on tää peli nyt reilu muutenkaan ollut. Buckle Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. We have a moment to lose. According to Milaljar, Moxutral Jaws is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. Miksi sanotaan privacyksi? Ehkä mä jatkan sanomasta privacy. Eikö se ole brittiläinen sanottaa paikassa privacy? Ja amerikkalainen privacy, en tiedä. We must work quickly, lest the Zarelja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Buckle Jaja thought to give us additional scales so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. One of them to gather as many people as you can. Tensek, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to later near. Folks, more like fucks. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with you, with the likes of you. A blessed Gale, in an outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? So Buckle Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moxutral Zos at once. Scale. If the blessed trust you, then so will I. So, what is it that you require of me? Buckle Jaja bids us come to Moxutral. Moxutral Zoos. A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Managed to gather some of the good folks. Wonderful. The esteemed Buckle Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Moxutral Zoos as well. Apparently there's a magical nursery to the west called Golmagic Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moxutral Zoos afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Syytä nyt lähtisi iso shankki, jos kun valisi. Leave this place outside. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, blessed Scaly Bear, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Moxtralsus at once. Sinä. Olisi näyttänyt sitä skeiliä sillekin. Rupea uudestaan väsyttämään. Siinä taas on niitä ritti. Taas semmonen pikkupätkä. Mä oon nukkunut mun öitä erittäin surkeasti. Pienissä lyhyissä pätkissä. Branch bearer. Kaps. Tänäkin yönä, viime yönäkin nukuin taas semmoisessa pienissä pätkissä ja tuossa aamulla kun yhdessä kohtaa, että menenpäs pelaamaan. Ois mä voinut sinne vielä jatkaa, mutta ei silleen väsyttänyt. Ei oo näytetty yllättävää. Vessupuklamaat. Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Lamati, need I remind you that this fight is a competition? Whatever advantage you are about to share with me, you ought to utilize it to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamuk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you are the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I'm Vuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Promise? I thought you served Pakul Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why are not these outsiders so? Because Vuklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Uncle Jaja shares with me the truth about blessed siblings, but the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land, of their land. Land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Our blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a new way forward. Together. Together! If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zerelja, even take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. This makes sure they feel heard. Mä menen käymään tupakilla, katsoo vain takaisin, rupeeko yhtään pirissemään tupakin jälkeen, vai menikö nukkumaan? Jatkan kyllä vielä tätä videoa, ei siinä mitään, mut, joo, pienet. Jatketaan, en mennyt nukkumaan, ainakaan vielä. I'm glad Koana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths will help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Siinä olisi vitonen. Alright then, Shek. Before we start, let's make sure we are remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Spral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hobigo and Bunawa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength, they promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tulihol, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. That sounds like your problem. blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yokhui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family and the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana in Turali, thriving on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows is not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of blessed siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that it's little wonder that people here wished they had better land, and who better to get it for them than blessed siblings. It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Aaron Will mention something about the meteorites? The ether that they emit makes the planets glow blue. A rather significant physiological effect, if I would say. I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorites just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. PRP. PRP. No se hemmetti, kun yli puoli vuotta on ollut talvea. Se alkaa joskus lokakuun lopulla ensilumi. Se pysyy yllättävän hyvinkin vielä tuossa maassa. Kerran tuossa sulaa pois ja sitten tuli uudestaan. Ja nyt Jyväskylässä on taas lunta. Yli puoli vuotta talvea. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity as well as the aforementioned muzzle tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kyle could lend your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you are getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people will feel like blessed siblings are the only solution. So, how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we get about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from these disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Collect shit, side quest. Fetch quest. Ai, tätäkö mä en tuu kerätä vai? No missä tässä on meteoriitti? Ai tuoko? Alright. Vois mennä tämän kuessin jälkeen nukkumaan. Kello herättää kyllä 9 sitten. Kyllä semmosen 3 varttia saisi nukuttua. Find your fragments. Much obliged. Alpha Crown and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Moxutro. So go and meet her. So go and meet her there. Meet her there. En saa enää pysty lukemaankaan kunnolla, kun syttää. We will return with our results as soon as possible. Se sanoikin, että koska tämä palautusquesti onhan tämä questin loppu. Siis questin palautus. Menehän. rupeet alkaa vetellä. Kyllä mä tällä asuisin, vaikka onkin huono maa. Lisää tämmösiä maisemia. Mut kun ei tämmösiä maisemia oikein ole muualla kuin Sylvarin aluspaikassa. Muutossa aika. No onhan siellä hienoja paikkoja. Siellä sun täällä, mutta ei mikään ole yhtä hieno kuin se Sylvarien paikka. Autaan näissä maisemista nyt sitten tässä pelissä. Ja tosiaan ei kyllä ihan hirveästi viitis vaan niinku pörrätämillä levelin 1-10 alueella tekemättä yhtään mitään. Ja siinä pelissä kuitenkin halusi edetä. Onkohan sen tullut uutta DLCtä? Siinä oli 2 silloin kun mä viimeksi pelasin muutama vuosi sitten. We have done all we can. Ja ne DLC-paikkoja, ne liikkuminen, niissä mä pääsin ihan hirveetä. Vähän meni makuun sen takia siihen peliin osa syy oli se. We have done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kwana and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can be of help to Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Terjik. I can feel it. Enhanced Flourish 2. Reitti oli joo. Trans finishing move ready upon executing Flourish. Send a step chance to finishing move while on there to finishing move ready. Transform fold and dance upon executing Flourish. Ymmärränkö mä siis oikein? Sen ton. Ja otan ton. Alright. Joo, minä menen nukkumaan 3 vartiksi. No niin. Kerkesin siinä sängyssä miettimään, että menenkö takaisin. Ei mennyt tulla uni, mutta tuli sittenkin. Ja nyt pääsen lääkkeet, niin katsoo että milloin rupeaa pääsyttämään uudestaan. I'm sure the Relja would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me. Pakul Jaza, not least of all. Anyway, I'm Sir Kwana and the others will be back with their report soon. Annettiin muuten katsoa, että mikä se koko siinä videossa tulee ja mikä kokoisia mä näistä pakkaan. Tekisinkö mä sitten, harkitsenko sittenkin niitä 4K-videoita, pienetkin vielä. Joo, tommonen tunnin pätkä tai tuntivartti oli 30 gigaa. Kun mun omaa pakannulla, niin semmonen 8 tunnin oli myöskin semmonen 30 gigaa. Et jos Quartzalin kanssa teen tunnin pätkän, se oli 50 gigaa ja ne pakkaantui 7 gigaksi. Noin 7 gigaa, 7,5. Se 30 gigaa mikään pieni ole, että menee hetken aikaa uppia niitä. Joo, en tosiaan oo pitkään aikaan nyt uppinut tossa videoita. Ehkä mä tässä jossain vaiheessa saan upittua ulos. Mulla on 3 videoa. Tai siis tää on 3. video. Tätä faikkaa, mitä mä en ole vielä uppinut. 2 videoa siis, en oo uppinut. Ja 9 tuntia on kuvassa sekaisin ja 1 pätkä Path of XIV. Mut joo, no ehkä mä voin koittaa harkita seuraavan videon tehdä 4K:na. Tuskastelen siinä sitten nyt kun kestää niin kauan upata se video, mutta ehkä mä 1 videon tein ja katon mitä siitä tulee. Mutta mietin näistä sitten seuraavalla kerralla. Koskaan en näytellyt. No ei ole. Cool. Everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, what they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects, have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home? Thus, your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Chatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt in a place called Charlian, there's a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Lankpearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eosia acquired the popoto and tomato from Turola, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Mitä mä kitsin? You mean we'd be able to grow more than natural here? That will get to you. Precisely. Well, care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem. Your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Best siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then there was never any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. Our noblest siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there's another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Nurshik? In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. Mennään vaikka sille. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Malmuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete this feat, let's be sure to tell Zeralja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. Even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We are counting on you, Wuklamat. Wuklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples, so we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades here, where Zoralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. täältä ja joo. Ei mennä suoraan. Vähän tulee mieleen toi Raktika Great Woods näistä rakennuksista. Shatika vai mikä tää olikaan? Tiika. Joo, Shatika. Shatika ja Raktika. Joo, tää on instanssi. Pitääkö mun taas pitää läpuklamaattuna? Yes. Someone has gone to fetch Zeralja. He should be here soon. Item level 666. Vähän enemmän kuin mitä mulla on.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her. Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
Right.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might.
Doubt.
Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
Miksei teatteria ihan oikeesti? Everyone ready? Se lähtee karkuun.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
No, sen takia sankalamaan omalla hahmollamme. Kenetkäs? Vaikka sinut.
Bear witness to our resolve. I have you.
And the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Niin tuon on skelttu. Niin, skelttu 95, niin mulla on sitä pelissä kaikkea sitä mukaan.
These lay sundered Baligarmanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Take that!
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
Oh, barren bastard!
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted!
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Joku vetää limitreitä. Kyllä. Kyllä hirveästi auttaa.
Together, we shall triumph!
You're not alone.
I know not who you are. I applaud your tenacity.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Mä olin lähempänä syön sen kauemmas.
Resolve the recent Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn Servant! I will protect my people! Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet. We will see Lamachi become Dawn Servant. For Tuliyola!
Easy peasy.
That's my old man for you.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Kettenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
Just sanoit, ettei vaikuta. You are the author of Mamuk. Show some dignity.
I don't have dignity. Not anymore. I wagered everything on this feat. And by the same token, I understand the enormity of your accomplishment.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Vuosi kohta pakilla. Jatketaan. Piti käydä vessassa ja syödä samalla. Tai siis eri aikaa. Kävin vessassa ja söin. Ei, en syönyt vessassa. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Third promise. You brought everyone. We were just coming to you. We did Milja. We proved to the autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you could. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You have shown us another way that we can build the lives we have always wanted, here in our homeland, without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside and outside, we are all just people, no matter what we look like, or where we are born. When you are not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step, the step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we have done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the autarchs, and we and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing the city needs is more death. Bakul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long, only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliolal. If you can still make things right, my love, choose a different side of history. Thank you, their promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about the cabbage, you know. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. Tämä on sitten viimeinen tällä alueella ilmeisesti, koska tulee aaterkurentti. This ain't no place for a proper chat. My cabin is just north of the city, Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it on account of my destined twinklers. Otetaan tää loppuun ja sitten voidaan vaikka pistää video vaikka poikki. Otetaan niitä aaterkuuden testejä ensi kerralla. Ei. Katsotaan tätä pitkin eteenpäin. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcome to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Though seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Kulol Jarja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally, to remind Zerlja of his duty as elector, should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here. There's no way to treat an honored guest. Okay, I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Couldn't you see the sepulchre out of Vorkomozoma? That's right, Katerin was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle. Olikaan Vandapin, but one of our tribes. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional trap. Surely you understand such a bond. surrounded as ye are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation, that I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Uklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself. How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hamrak... So when Hunmuruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through XIV 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Gallo's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokhui who lived in Yaktil ever dreamed those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gerfeler's abilities are at all representative, the Yokhui are no stranger to the arcane, which means that dreamers of Eld likely owe their experience to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. You are Kachiwa's poison enemy. She told me about you. She said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Uklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it together. Hey, was I ever that young? Dementia iskee ämmäsille. as for me, it seems Cameron knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Often also have to meet by the eaters, so I'll see you there. Laiska. Ai vitsi, asioittaa. Pääs nopein. Aatos. Tekis minä kyllä mieli jättää jo tähän. Oikeastaan katsin jälkeen ei tullut loppuun, siis meidän pitäisi siihen. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell my supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to avoiding visitors. You won't believe how many natural they gave me. Now all we need is a hand to point us in the right direction. Sea of gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I legally know where the golden city might be. Miloja and Zeroja have come to help us. As an elector, I'm forbidden from speaking of the golden city, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you when my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? No niin, haisen taas Dungu. Nyt olisi oikein leveli Dungun näköinen paikka. Ja vihjataan siihen, että ehkä voisi mennä käymään siellä ja se on se Golden City siellä. Golden City Dunkuna, tuskin. Golden Cityn alku tai mennä matka sinne Dunkuna, voisi olla. The stone pier stands at the entrance of the XIV synod, the final resting place for children we lost to our salary. Precious few are buried beyond cenotaph doors, and we have yet explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, they may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifice made to conceive them. The synod is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. Sir Buckle Judge appreciate that, and we are here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the synod. Come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigners he brought with him The mage, I believe. Julie. The Dawn Servant did not disclose his reason, but he succeeded. But he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yokui quarries. Doubtless the very same one was excited by warblers and dreamers. And the golden team must be there. In the depths of the sky, you can out. Thank you, both you. We'll send out straight away. No. You will find a winged beast or dueling in Gokdrak descent. They will carry you below. I believe in your third promise. We will make a magnificent Dawn Servant. Let's see everyone. The sky dips out. Okei. Nyt mä menen nukkumaan. Pyssyä eikä herällä eikä mitään. Vähän silleen niinku ihan puhtaasti väsyttää vähän, mutta niinku silmät ei toimi ja pää ei toimi ja mikään ei toimi. Mut joo, jatketaan. No, teissä on kuitenkin sekunnin päässä. Minä jatkan sit, kun mä herään. Kattoo sen kahvilia vaikka saman tehdä sen poikki tämän jälkeen, mutta nyt tähän mä pistän paussi. No niin, jatketaan. Mikä? 12 tunnin nukuttua. Tähän tää kuva se loppuu. Sitten mä lopetan tämän videon tähän. Katsotaan noita Atarkuran tästä joskus toista. Mauno suuttu. Kaikki vaan tuli vihaisia. No mitäs mä tekisin tämän jälkeen? En tiedä. En nyt se Harry Potteri. Ei ole Harry Potteri, vaikka samaan maailmaan liittyykin. Hogwarts takaisin. En tiedä, jatka sitäkään. En ehkä vielä. Kukaan mä sitä tänään. Taas mä jatkan tätä näin. Pitäisikö nyt jaksaa taas tahkoa tätä, kun peliaika mennään loppuun. Mä ajattelin, että mä tässä kuussa olisin saanut tän Dawn Raidin tehtyä, mutta saas nähdä jaksanko. Tätä varmaan menisi, jos mä jaksaisin tahkoa tän 8 tuntia päivässä. Viimeisen 5 päivää. Mut en tai jaksa. Go drug descent. Mutta ei tämä tosiaan sitten ollut. Dunkku ainakaan vielä. Kyllä se tällä levellä pitäisi tulla. Quest-levellä, kun ollaan tosi 5. Ei oo NL. Aha. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is right of succession or no. Disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. Ai, okei. Se olisi nyt tosiaan dukku. Mä en tiedä, kun mä pitää tän dunkun nyt. Vähän kyllä pääsen on sellainen priit. Ois nyt takas dukkumobiili. Tätä olisi just niin sellainen sopivasti. Hiileritankki. 2 tepsiä. Mä voisin jättää tämän välissä. Ja mä vielä sanoa, että mä vedän tämän quest loppuun. Mä ajattelin, että tässä loppuun niin just tähän. No, ehkä mä syön jotain. Ehkä nukun vielä lisää päikkäreitä tai jotain. Sitten mennään tonne. No niin, syöty on. En nukkunut päikkäreitä. Mennään. Ja en tosiaan ole kattonut.
Let's give it our all!
Tykkään Red Magista enemmän. Niin, en tosiaan nukkunut päikkäreitä. The Sky Deep Synod. Ei kun niin, se mitä piti sanoa oli, että en tosiaan kattonut Kaidea. Niin siis siinä on aikaraja. Se on tonni, mä en tarvitse tehdä sitä standard-steppiä ollenkaan. Okei.
Back off! We mustn't hold back.
You underestimate me!
Standard-steppiä. Mennään patolla. Poisilla. En tiedä mikä toi oli. Just samaan aikaan katon skilleini. Ammun, en minä tiedä. En vielä käyttää totesi liikkumisen. Paplia. En tiedä jaksanko vaan pitää tätä tänään. Tikkaat tuota kannat. Oli jotakin. Aika kiireellinen bossi. Mä en vielä käntele mitä tää tekee. Niin me ammutaan näitä papleja. Tossa kohtaa, okei. Naming paput. Viesti. Miniatyyri. Terrain setti. Battle-areena.
Mustn't hold back.
Se viestiä haraustetaan. Se on matkalla tulos löytyy. Äijällä matkassa jaksa maalata vielä. Säkään taisi maalata. Ring of Aiming. Pois noin. En jaksa miettiä tällä hetkellä. Niin mun piti katsoa se. No. Joo, aika se on noudattavissa.
We mustn't hold back.
Back off!
Onhan tuttu tiettyjä kuutioita. Tuntut on sitä hauskinta, mitä tässä pelistä löytyy. Siis kaikki. Ainakin vielä työmmässä. Ei kiinnosta tarinaa ollenkaan. Ja mä sanon, että niinku, no aina sanon, että tarina ei kiinnosta. Se on hyvä tarina on ja hyvä tarina on bonusta, mutta tälleen pitää seurata, jos on erittäin tylsä tarina, niin on kyllä aika uuvuttavaa. Dunkkuakin vetäminen on jotenkin uuvuttavaa. Hauska round, paitsi jos kuolee kolmesti. Okei. Ei luulla. Okei. Jäin alle sitten. onpas hieno. En tiedä mikä täällä on, mutta se on hieno.
You now.
There!
Hieno paikka kyllä. Kurokokengit. Viimeinen pussi tulossa. Semmonen. Skull Draw Silence. Maul Skull. Aika edgy nimi. XIV:kin.
thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
A golden light. Could it be?
There's a platform on the other side, but how do we get over there?
Kätevä. Minecraft-silta. Asut pressureilla edelleen. Pistut tekee sulle silta. Tässä ei kyllä ole varmaan yhtään pistut, mutta... Minecraft-piston silta.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Klappa. Tapu. Paperclip.
Leave it to Alfino.
Niin eihän toi näy. Mulla on chatti tässä näkyvissä. Laitoin siihen paperclipiin.
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
Well done!
Well done indeed.
You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
Fucking finally.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Mä menen käymään tupakilla. Tää ei varmaan kauan kestä, mutta silti menen tupakilla. Jatketaan.
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate.
Totta kai.
As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come! Let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
Well, we have done it. We have seen Buklamat victory and the right of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days time. In the meantime, let's all enjoy some well-deserved rest. Kyllä, kiitos. Joo, jätetään tämä tähän tässä nyt, että en varmaan pidä kyllä parin päivän taukoa, että tulisi se Successioni sieltä loppuu peliaika, niin katsoa jatkanko tänään vai jatkanko huomenna vai pidänkö vielä vähän pidempään taukoa, mutta tässä nyt yrittää tahkota tän läpi ennen kuin peliaika loppuu, niin sitten kun peliaika loppuu, niin pidän taas jonkinlaisen tauon. Siinä kohtaa voi levätä sitten. Mutta joo, kiitoksia kun katsoitte ja jatketaan ensi kerralla. Mahdollisesti 4K laadulla.